All right, if anybody's joining me, it is 7:09, so I guess it's time. Let's see, are we live? Still says it. Nope, looks like it's live. Can you hear me? All right, how about that? Still says it. Nope, looks like it's live. Can you hear me? All right, how about that? Oh, hey, I see 4 viewers. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just getting everything set up here. Not much is happening yet. We're just, I'm just getting everything set up. You can see the crowd cam here. I had an old crappy webcam at home, so wow, it really is crappy, isn't it? It's amazing to see how technology has changed. The motion blur is amazing. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just still working on getting other stuff set up here. If you look up in the corner, we've got a countdown. That countdown, that's up there. Around there somewhere. That's a countdown to when polls close. They close at 8 p.m. All across the state, but that means it'll be 9 p.m. Mountain Time up in the Panhandle. So North Idaho results will not come in until 9:30, 10, or later. We should start hearing results from the Treasure Valley, from eastern Idaho, starting around 8:30. It just depends on how long it takes people to get to the get their ballots dropped off. Yes, Mr. Bender.
Howdy.
I am live. 8 viewers right now. So. How's it going?
Pretty good?
Yeah.
So I didn't ask, are you muted?
No, but I can be. Be right back, guys. All right, I'm still here. I'm still setting up so that I can bring you as much information as possible, trying to figure out OBS here. I need to find a window capture. Call this Ada results. No, you don't want to see my Facebook feed. You want to see live results. There we go. I'll be able to switch to that when the time is right. That's Ada County. So far, obviously, there is nothing to report. And let's bring up a new window and call it statewide results. And we'll call that one election night results. All right, and then I'll turn those off, and here I am. Isn't that amazing? Technology, huh? I see people are chatting. Where do I go for the chat? Yeah, there you go. It's Cunipod and Nikki and Kitta and Deborah. Thanks everybody for being here. Let's. Sorry, it's not very exciting right now. This is just the setup. This is just we're all getting ready. At some point, I'll go crossways with Matt Edwards over on Idaho Signal. We'll check in with him. He'll probably have some information up from North Idaho. Yeah, I'm only have 2 screens here. I carried 2 screens all the way to the hotel to make this work. Usually at home I have 4, and even that's not enough. So I'll see how it works. I've got a nice chair here for if anyone wants to come over and chat. But for now, and when we chat, you'll have to let me know how the audio does, just because I've got my crappy old microphone for a guest audio, and that just picks up everything. Whereas this is my new microphone. I got it right before I did the candidate interviews. It's a Samson Q2U. Has very good reviews, and I've been happy with it. It only picks up what's right here. You can hear my children, or I can hear my children screaming in the downstairs, fighting each other, playing and laughing and yelling, and it doesn't pick up at all, which is fantastic. But that means when I unmute this guy, you're going to hear ambient noise and a bit of echo. So hopefully it won't be too bad. We'll see how it goes. This is a new thing. Never tried it before. I appreciate you all being here and being guinea pigs with me. All right, so yeah, like I said, it is. We have 42 minutes until polls close, so people are starting to gather, get some snacks, get some drinks here at the Riverside Hotel. I see Dorothy Moon over there is talking to Nate Shellman over on KBOI. Some of the other media folks are coming. I apparently am media now. I have an official Idaho GOP media pass. That's I don't know how I feel about that. As much as I complain about the media, apparently I am the media now. So. Let's see. Trying to catch up on the chat. Can I put the chat in my feed? I don't know. Will it be a long night? Probably. We'll see. I think we'll start getting results for Ada County and other places in Mountain Time at 8:30, but it's possible they hold them off until after polls close in North Idaho. I don't see why, because there's no. I don't know. It just depends on how they chose to do it, I guess. Phil McCrane was here just a minute ago. I should have asked him that. If I see him again, I'll ask, so I can let you know. But yeah, it's so far it's pretty subdued here. They're playing patriotic music like the Star Spangled Banner and God Bless the USA with very soft and slow piano. So it's going to put people to sleep. Hopefully we'll start getting some things. And we'll start seeing people come in. So I'll try to keep you all informed, but there might be times when I just drop off. So don't worry, I haven't gone anywhere or not too far. I've got the chat up in another window here. Do I think Jason Gallagher will hold off John Schertz in LD9? I don't know. That's going to be a tough race, especially with Representative Boyle endorsing Schertz. I like Jason. She's a rock star. I hope she pulls it out. if you're here at the Riverside, come by the Gem State Chronicle table. Have a almond joy. Howdy. No, that's either there or I've got a box over there. I hope not. I think I've got it working now. I'm live. It's streaming. People are responding, so it's great.
Awesome. It's nice when OBS works.
Yes.
It's not nice when it doesn't work.
It was giving me some trouble earlier. The camera wasn't coming on, and then the audio wasn't. So.
Oh, you're using the same mic.
Yeah, this.
They work great, don't they?
Yeah, I picked this up right before I did the candidate interviews because this guy he was fine.
Is that like a Rode?
Oh no, this is a $30 USB mic from China.
Okay.
In case you're watching on the stream, this is Tyler Burton from Local Yokel.
Well, where is it? There we are.
There
we go. Camera. Hello.
Anyway, so yeah, this will pick up everything. But we'll see if it works for guests.
Nice.
But this guy's amazing. I've been real happy with it.
We'll just have to hope there isn't a lot of people talking a ton.
Oh yeah, I doubt that'll happen.
Right. No, you got a great setup.
Yeah, maybe someday I'll get a laptop so I don't need to haul my desktop out.
Right.
But
I think I have the nicest one there at the office.
uh,
I have one of the Alienware like gaming laptops.
yeah, that's the one I used to use.
Okay.
It's good.
How is?
It's heavy if you need to take it to the Capitol, but it's
Sounds like you have experience.
well, it's a monster machine.
You gotta say hello to Forrest.
Yeah. So, again, hope everyone's doing well. Who else do I see here? Before I came in, I helped carry in some ice and soda for Commissioner Ryan Davidson for his room, so there's going to be a party going on there. I see Brandon Durst is here. Mark Johnson is Region 4 Chair. Daniel Murphy with his camera. I saw Dorothy Moon, Dar Moon, and Dane, their son, is here. So all sorts of folks, and we'll see more even coming in. Yeah, we're up to 12 viewers. That's great. I don't expect everybody to stay plugged in 24/7 for the rest of the night. It's a long night, and not all of us are as political junkies as I am. But yeah, as long as you want to stay here, just come in, and I'll keep updating folks on what's going on. Drop in, drop out, whatever works for you. I remember, one of my first political experiences was at the age of 9, staying up to watch the election results in 1992. Bill Clinton beat George H.W. Bush that year. It was a shame. Yeah. Hey, here comes Mr. Brandon Durst. Howdy.
Howdy.
We are live here.
Live right now.
You want to come talk to people?
Before my burgers get here.
So how many? So here, let me turn on your microphone. Yeah, you can be my guinea pig. Yeah, apparently I'm endorsing Ben Adams. That's the way it goes.
Good.
All right, so I need to turn the gain down a bit. There you go. Say something.
Hey, Brian.
All right, here we go. This is Brandon Durst, former state senator Brandon Durst,
That's true.
and current candidate for Ada County Commissioner. Somebody in the chat says I want to see Brandon win. So good news there.
I want to see Brandon win, so that makes us two of us.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Pretty good, yeah. Whatever happens, but we ran probably the most robust field campaign of any county commissioner candidate in the last 20 years, so we'll see what happens.
I was just thinking earlier that the game has completely changed as far as elections because the Democrats picked up on the ballot chasing, ballot harvesting thing first, but I think Republicans have caught up, doing everything within the law now. It just really throws out all the laws.
Yeah, I think what happens too is because so many of that's part of it, I think, Brian. I think the other piece is because there are so many folks, senior citizens that have moved to Idaho from California, Washington, Oregon, etc., and as political refugees, they've come here. They're used to voting by mail or they're used to voting early. and they're not going to vote the same way that a traditional early voter votes, right? And so I think that's gonna make the math or the projections a little harder to do, because they're not going to follow the same trajectory as everybody else typically had.
I figure today the results we see today are going to give us fodder for data analysis for a long time to come, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, especially with the results being from what we're seeing. I don't know if you've looked at any numbers recently, but turnout, I was guessing 25% was about where we were going to be. It looks like it might be even lower than that. So
the Secretary of State stopped by as I was setting up, and I asked him about that. He said he thinks it might get a little higher.
Well, we'll see how it turns out. The last 2 hours of polling is when it tends to be the busiest, because people are getting off work. They're realizing, oh shoot, I got to get to the polling place. We'll see what happens. It's going to be a long night. I know that. Curious to see what happens out, not just here in Ada County, but throughout the state, because there's a lot of stuff at stake, and hopefully the good guys win.
So how many burgers did you order?
We ordered 50 In-N-Out burgers. That was the most they'd sell to us, because I actually wanted to order 100. And I thought I was going to negotiate to 75. And they're like, no. And actually, it's really funny. They said, are you selling these? And I'm like, well, no, I have an event down at the Riverside Hotel I'm going to. And then I asked them to take the lettuce and the tomato off, because I didn't want that in transportation from up there down to here to get the burgers all gross. And they're like, no, it has to be exactly the way that we would have prepared it for you here. So they'll be here in 30 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that.
Cool, just in time for the polls to close.
Yeah, so we'll have In-N-Out with no double-doubles, all singles with cheese, grilled onion. And if people don't like grilled onion, that's fine, because I'll just take the rest of them home.
All right.
Thanks.
Brandon Durst, candidate for Ada County Commissioner. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Brian. Go Ben Adams right here. This spot has been sponsored by Adams, veteran Republican. See you guys.
Well, thank you to Brandon Durst for joining us here. He's obviously running for Ada County Commission. It's a four-way race. The incumbent is Tom Daly, who won 2 years ago. The Ada County Commission, I guess this probably works the same in the other counties as well, but they alternate terms. So you have a 2-year, then a 4-year, 2-year, and then a 4-year. So Daly won a 2-year term in 2022, and now he's up for re-election for a 4-year term. Former Ada County Commissioner Sharon Ullman jumped in the race. Heather Luther, who's an employee in Ada County, jumped in the race, and then Brandon Durst jumped in the race as well. So the winner of that race could win it with 28% of the vote, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm just watching everybody coming in and out. I see, looks like Jerome Bell is over there. Idaho Statesman and the Idaho Capital Sun are here. They're on the other side of the room from me. No, I don't so much mind the Adams sign, but the Mike Simpson sign is right over here next to me. I think that's even worse. So let's see, what else do we have going on? Looks like Idaho Signal is going to start up again in a minute. What I might do is just flip over to Matt and let him entertain you for a few minutes while I get up and go chat with some folks. Hey, how's it going? I'll be right back. All right, here we are, back again. I saw the Secretary of State and his assistant walk by, and so I actually asked just now when they're going to start reporting results, and they're going to wait until polls close in North Idaho. So we will start getting results at 9, not 8. So polls will close at 8, but we will then start getting results an hour later. Yeah. I see a suggestion in a different room to share the mic with my guest, so maybe I'll try that next time, and we'll see how that goes. Let's see, what else do we got going on here? Not much yet, but this room is filling up. It's starting to get a little more crowded, a little louder here. People will be over here for, people will be coming in and out, I imagine. Yeah, definitely. Please share the link. And like I said, you'll be able to just drop in, drop out whenever you want. All right. I'm going to mute here and chat with some folks. I'll be right back.
The first duty of government is to protect our rights.
It's our job to maintain the proper role of government in what we were tasked to do.
In the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, we have a right to life, we have a right to defend life.
This legislation is centered on meeting the needs of Idaho families. and we have no way to maintain control over the spending of this program, and it will be a disaster for this state long term.
But we have a whole gamut of kids whose parents would like to do something for them and they cannot.
The courts have long held that our ability to transfer title on real property benefits society as a whole.
This is simply about putting it out of reach of young, innocent, vulnerable children and making our libraries and schools a safe place for them to go.
And I am increasingly frustrated that we cannot stop ourselves from drinking at the public trough.
He's sounding the alarm. He's saying if we don't address these issues, we potentially might have greater problems moving forward.
I feel like we're back to an unappointed board that gets to decide who is essential and who is non-essential.
If I was looking at a business and I was looking at these figures, there would be heads rolling because this is unsustainable.
Yeah, just chatting to some folks over there.
We're supposed to be bottom-up government. We're supposed to be representing my citizens' ideas and your citizens' ideas, and we're supposed to be discussing them and debating them to come to a conclusion.
My S key
for
is
me, it's
broken
about a couple
on my
things. It's
keyboard.
about food security. It's about national security, and it's about preserving American exceptionalism.
First Amendment and our freedom of religion, freedom of speech are our first liberties. They are so important. We don't have the rest without them.
Welcome, everybody. It is May 21st, election night here in the state of Idaho, and we are at Life Public House in downtown Coeur d'Alene. I have no idea if you guys can hear me yet. Can we get a thumbs up from the booth? All right, we got it. Folks, welcome. It is a privilege to be here live with you again. We have had an incredible few months this year. We also had, when we went off the air at the end of the legislative session back in early April, I mean, you would think that we would have been planning this election night special since then, where every single day for 8-10 hours a day, we would be meticulously planning on bringing you an evening tonight that we could all be proud of. But that's not the case. That's not the case. However, I am pleased to say we have this shot. Let's show that shot again out into the where we're at. So this is just our little one-off shot here. Inside, on the other side of that glass, there's a party going on, an election night party going on. This is for the Kootenai County Commissioner race. There he is. We've got some folks waving. Very good, very good. This is for John Padula, is running for Kootenai County Commissioner, and so they're having
there we go.
their
I think I fixed the key.
Party on the other side of the glass. Back over here on this side is where we are. So we've got a bunch of guests lined up for you to hear from, and we will get to those in a little bit. We had, like I said, we had a tremendous amount of work to do since
our friend Matt Edwards is
off the air with the results of that
live over on Idaho Signal. So I'm going to flip you guys over there, and then I'll be right back once I figure out how to do this.
Rather than keep track on every county and sit there and try and add everything up, we are going to be paying attention to this screen here and make sure that this aggregating thing is worked. I am not here to call races and be the first to call them. That's not what I want to do tonight. We are here simply to catch up with some folks, with some legislators, with some special guests, keep you abreast about what's going on with
Can you guys hear that?
As they come in. Results will not be shown until 9 o'clock Mountain Time. That is because that is just a pretty standard thing lately here in Idaho, which is they do not want to have any influence. The results down south should not have any influence on the rest of the state as people are still going to the polls. This is a lot more relevant when we have a statewide election, like a governor or a lieutenant governor or something of that nature.
All right, I'm going to mute my own mic and let you just hang out with Matt for a while.
Where you start announcing
and I'll be right back.
Results that have come in from the south that could influence what's happening up north. So 9 p.m. Mountain Time is when we will start getting results coming in. So we've got a bunch of things lined up to get to, and so we will do that in a moment. The first thing I want to do is show you something. We've got tons of clips, and I don't even know where to start. Like I said, you would have thought we could have an entire scripted out rundown of what's going on tonight. But as people are walking in and out, I mean, I see a ton of great folks coming in from the greater Coeur d'Alene area here at Life. We are at Life Public House here in downtown Coeur d'Alene. It is out the other side of the glass. What you're looking at is the John Padula for County Commissioner party, I guess you could say, their election night party. They've got a full band in there. And I don't know if some of it's bleeding out over the microphones here, but they've got a full band out there singing worship music and having a great time. They've got guitars and banjos and even a trumpet. So you can't go wrong with any of that stuff. Okay. Oh, some other giveaways. You can see out there on that other shot, there were some T-shirts. Those are the Idaho Signal T-shirts. We're going to be giving out some of those things tonight, so that'll be fun. Okay. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break so we can just do a we're going to be here all night, folks. So just put us on in the background, pop some popcorn, and we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to go through the races that we're watching to make sure that we have you engaged to understand where our signal is pointing. So with that, we will be right back.
Our Savior innocence, they are trying to remove. I am here at your defense, and I will always fight for you.
There's a saying in Idaho, Esto perpetua. It is forever. But the truth is, nothing lasts forever. Not without a fight. The Gem State is ours to fight for. It is ours to win. For life and liberty. For honesty and integrity. We ride together.
There's a light that shines the proof.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for that quick break. We have a special guest with us, and I want to properly introduce her. Do we have that clip, Jeremy? Of I know I sent it. We sent it over. We have a clip of our guest at the in the committee hearing for House Bill 498. It was among that. See, those are the things that we need to do. That's okay. It's my fault. I should have prepped you for that. Let's go ahead and bring on. We'll bring on Grace, and then I'll let you look for that clip, and we can cut to that. With me tonight is Grace Howitt. I don't even know what town you live in, Grace, but if you.
Sorry, your audio just cut out for me, so I can't.
I don't hear her. Do you hear her?
Oh, wait,
you do. Okay. Let me make sure. I think that's on my end here. Give me 1 second, Grace. This is what happens when we are live, and
Can you hear me?
And we're just trying to make everything happen correctly. Okay. I'm working on it. Grace, can you hear? You can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Can you hear me?
I hear some rap music.
That's not me.
Did you hear the rap music?
No. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Grace.
Great. Well, I don't know where
Yeah.
that's coming from, but
Okay. Well, let me just do it this way. I want to hear all about you because you have been giving some awesome testimony.
yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me
Okay,
on.
I'm gonna have to take this off. I heard fantastic testimony from you during the legislative session, and before we get into that, I want to hear a little bit about where you're from, not where you're from, but basically what your background is, and we lost Grace. Oh, we still got her. Okay. What your background is and what brought you to the Idaho Family Policy Center. I did not set you up properly here, but Grace Howard is from the Idaho Family Policy Center, and she's been testifying in front of committee. And now that we got the kinks out of the way here, Grace, thank you for joining us. And please give us a little bit of background of what got you involved in this work and what brought you to the Idaho Family Policy Center.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me on, and thank you so much for your compliments. That's so sweet. So my background and kind of my journey to IFPC started back when I was in college. I really felt like God was calling me to get involved in the pro-life movement, and so I started volunteering and working with a lot of different pro-life organizations. And one of the organizations that I worked with the most was a Christian organization that worked to further pro-life policies in Texas. Because that's the state where I went to college. And then when I was there, I started to cultivate a really large passion for doing policy work, especially policy work that furthers God and the public square. And so when I graduated college, I started looking for a job where I could continue that work and promote the protection of the preborn and other biblical policies just in state legislation. And I found Idaho Family Policy Center, and thankfully they took me in, and I've been a policy and research assistant with them ever since. And like you said, I've been doing a lot of research, a lot of testimony, and just a lot of talking to elected officials about policy, and it's been amazing.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize for for my delay. There's a bit of a feedback on mine, so at my end. But fantastic. I'm glad you laid it out perfectly here. Jeremy here has found the clip that I was hoping to sign. Can you rewind this and we can take a listen to this?
Hey, clip? Anybody still here? Let me catch up on chat here. I was just chatting to some folks. Jerome Bell, running for State House in District 12, is here. Just catching up with him. Also, Nicholas Kleinworth, Policy Director at Idaho Freedom Foundation. So, having fun talking to people. I almost never have tea this late at night, but it's going to be a very long night, so I'm taking advantage of the amenities here. Let's see, catch up on chat here.
These sexually explicit materials are now so accessible and widely distributed that the average
yes, I am on site. Matt's up north. And at some point I'm going to hop on his show.
Surprisingly, pornography distribution and consumption are correlated with markedly higher divorce rates as well as juvenile
polls close in 10 minutes, so honestly, if you're watching this and you haven't voted, what's wrong with you? Go out and vote, take care of that, and come back and join me.
Conducted by Idaho Family Policy Center, more than 85%.
I guess what I can do is once this
that pornography websites should verify that
once we get up to 8 o'clock, then I'll reset the timer to be when we should start seeing results. So, because why not? Let's have timers.
Let me repeat that. Nearly 9 in 10 Idaho voters want legislation like House Bill 498 that ensures that pornography websites verify the age of their users.
Be right back.
With that, I ask you to protect the innocence of young children by voting to send House Bill 498 to the floor with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, Grace, I mean, fantastic rundown of what the bill was intending to do, what it's going to do. It ended up, do we still have Grace? Oh, great, yeah. And so a fantastic way to lay out what this bill was all about. Will happen once this thing goes into effect.
I'm so sorry. Can you ask that again? For some reason, you muted.
Oh, do it again?
Yeah, you muted on my end. I don't know why.
This one? This one. Okay. Grace, I apologize.
That's okay.
This is you want me in this camera here? Okay, perfect. Grace, now that you did a great job laying out the bones of what this bill intends to do, what it helps children and families, and the consequences that this thing should not pass, and these websites are able to still be accessed by children. What I'm really curious to know now is, now that it's been signed by the governor, what do you think what do you foresee, what do you expect these companies that run these websites, what do you think their next step is going to be after this law goes into effect?
Yeah, well, we'll have to see on July 1st. I have no doubt that this immediately will start protecting children in our state. I will say that we do expect this law to be challenged because there are some interesting legal strategies used in it that do bring up some interesting legal questions. That being said, though, in the past few months, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals released a favorable opinion that supported and said that age verification laws were constitutional.
For the heart and soul of the party and the heart and soul of Idaho. And thanks to the grassroots, you mean the world to me. You mean the world to this state. You're the ones who keep the message out there and represent the folks that you have been working so hard for. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead. Let's watch what Russ has to share with you right now. It's a couple of minutes long. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Russ Fulcher here. I'm in Washington, D.C. How do you know that?
That blurry thing right there is Russ Fulcher, trust me.
I'd rather be with you. I'd communicate greetings from Joe, but he didn't send any. And we couldn't understand them even if he did. On the serious stuff, my friends, America is in trouble, in part because we have the wrong leadership in too many places. But because our founders granted us a divinely inspired system that includes elections, there's hope. And that hope depends on us, Republicans, that are informed and engaged. So election night is a big night when we choose our candidates that move on. It's not for the faint of heart, and there's never been a more stark distinction between the two major parties. Republicans stand for personal freedoms and the power of the individual. Democrats stand for government control. Republicans believe we have inalienable rights that come from God. Democrats believe we have variable rights that come if and when they say. Republicans believe in peace through strength. Democrats believe in peace through acquiescence. Republicans believe in free market prosperity. Democrats believe in socialist policies that drag everyone down except the ruling elite. And of course we're not perfect, but we stand on firm ground. As election results come in, I encourage you to not look at the outcome as simply winners and losers, but rather where each person stands in relation to the position from which they'll continue the fight. Because this is a fight of our lives, and we need each other. Lastly, thank you for being involved, for caring enough to realize, if not us, then who? And on a personal note, thank you for your prayers, encouragement, counsel, and friendship. I could not do what I do without you. Never underestimate your impact. Never underestimate the impact a state like Idaho can have on the nation. Never underestimate divine power for those who seek it. And never give up. Love you guys. See you soon.
That's a great message from our congressman, and I think we can all relate to it. So this evening is for you all. For all of you who have stepped up to serve this great state, And that's exactly what you've been doing, is serving. So have a drink, get some snacks. Down this hall, there are candidates who have hospitality rooms set up. So you can go get things like a sandwich, or you can go get a soft drink, or whatever you want to do. But go visit the candidates and wish them well in tonight's outcomes. Anyway, thank you so much, and we'll be jumping in here pretty often. Thanks.
All right, so that was Dorothy Moon and Congressman Russ Fulcher. I'll be right back. There we go. The polls have closed in Mountain Time Zone, which is most of Idaho, except for the panhandle of North Idaho. So we will be hearing results eventually. Talked to the Secretary of State, his assistant, and he said we would hear them at 9. So we should have a lot by 9 because, right now in all the precincts and polling places throughout the Treasure Valley and the rest of Idaho, they're locking up the machines, packing everything up, going through the shutdown procedures. I did this last November as a chief election judge. And then they're going to pack it up into the chief judge's car. He's going to drive it to, at least here in Ada County, this is how it's done. It might be different in other counties. He's going to drive it over to the elections office, get in a big line. They've got a whole assembly line that does it. In fact, I was talking to Heather Luther earlier. She's a candidate for Ada County Commissioner, and she was saying that she dropped in briefly, then she's going to head back and get back to work. She's not going to be involved in any vote counting because she's a candidate, but she's going to be involved in just the process of getting everything in there. So, we should actually start hearing results right at 9 because they're going to be counted from these precincts, and they're going to release them. So in an hour, we're going to start seeing results, and we're going to start knowing who wins and who loses. All right, let me open up my Chiron here. Change this to say results expected at 9 p.m. Bam, that is amazing. You can do so much fun stuff with OBS, and it's free and open source, which is fantastic. So that's there. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, I want to change the counter up there. All right, there we go. I've got a new timer up that is showing the countdown until we get results, which will be at 9 p.m. Mountain Time. So we should start seeing results when that timer gets to 0. So I'll be in and out until then. As we get closer to that time, I'll be more focused. I see people with food, so I'm going to go try and find where that is. So here, let me connect you over to Signal here.
I don't know what the particulars of the case was, but at the end of the day, he won. He won in the sense that he was allowed to disseminate his pornography,
right?
Because it was a free speech thing, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And we're talking about adults. That's true.
Adults.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so when it comes to protecting children, and like you said, you brought up the library issue, which was another thing that was going on.
Yep.
I don't know, these subjects are so they're so volatile, and they get people really riled up. But when it comes to children, and I'm going to ask you a very loaded question here, why is it there are so many people that are fighting to stop to allow these things to be disseminated to children? I mean, what kind of world are we living in?
That is is a very loaded question. If I had the answer to that, I would be amazing, right?
I know. Let's just stick to the legalese. I mean, you can answer us if you'd like, but.
Well, I personally, this is not a legal answer, but personally, I think there's an agenda behind it, and it's a dark one, and it's desensitizing children to certain things, and that's ultimately what's behind it. And it's very incremental and slow, but that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I'm on board with that. I can totally agree with that. So now let's back up a second here, because we had many First Amendment type battles that were happening that you were involved in, that we had you on the program for during the legislative session, and one of them was on with regard to the Blaine Amendment. The Blaine Amendment. If you can briefly explain the history of how what is known as the Blaine Amendment is in our Idaho Constitution and many other states' constitutions. Can you kind of explain again the Blaine Amendment? And again, folks, this deals with whether or not the state can give money to a sectarian institution, right?
Correct, exactly. So the history of the Blaine Amendments, they are portions of state constitutions that prohibit public funding from going to any religious purpose or person or entity. And the history on it, it's rooted in actually Catholic bigotry and trying to prevent money from going to Catholic parochial schools back in the 1800s. And at the federal level, adding this to the United States Constitution failed, but many states adopted this in their own state constitutions.
Do you know, real quick, do you know the history of why was the Catholics, were they the only ones that were setting up, like, quote, private schools, or Catholic, were they the only ones doing it, or were there other sectarian schools that were popping up?
What I think at the time, the more public schools were actually pretty Christian based. They were Protestant based, right? And so I think the Catholics, in response to that, started forming their own schools, because they have slightly different belief systems. And so that was kind of the battle at the time, from my understanding.
Okay, so and when you say at the battle at the time, I mean, when did Blaine go around the country doing this? It was like the early
1800s.
1800s.
Yeah.
So we had been a country for a little while.
Right.
Supposedly operating under the separation of church and state. But you're telling me that even though there was a separation of church and state, there was a religious sect, the Catholics, who looked at public schools and said it's too Protestant for our tastes, so we're going to do our own schools.
Right. And then it became kind of a financial battle between the two.
Right. But that means that there was Protestantism
in the schools.
In the schools. So how
that
could
is in our history? Yes.
How could that have happened? How could that have happened if there was a separation of church and state? Maybe we have to go back to what does the separation of church and state mean?
Well, that is not in our Constitution.
It's not, right?
It's not. The Establishment Clause is in our Constitution.
Which is what?
And all that means is that the government, and specifically federal government, cannot mandate a religion. Right? That doesn't mean that the government can never speak about religion, can never speak about God, and have this strict wall of separation between the two. That was never the intention. It still should not be the intention, but for a lot of people, for a lot of years, that has been the assumption. Right.
And I don't know. I mean, I've asked you this question before, but like, how do we start to educate the public and really get them to understand that the separation, that wall of separation was meant to disallow the government from forcing you to worship a certain way.
Exactly.
Right? It was like,
right.
They weren't going to tell the Catholics you have to be Protestant.
Right.
They were just saying, what, essentially?
Well, and you have to look at the history of it, right? In England, when the first Americans came over and they were dealing with the issues of the Church of England, right? That's where all this came from, where that was a state-mandated religion. The church controlled everything about the government, right? So that's where they came from, which is why they, established our country the way that they did. But the intention was not to remove, faith from the government entirely, to not even be able to have the conversations. It's gotten to that point where, we can't even talk about it in a government setting, right? And that actually leads to religious hostility. When the government is saying, oh my gosh, we can't talk about that, here, that creates a hostility, right, towards faith and people of faith, and that's the opposite of what the intention was. At the time.
Yeah, it was to remove hostility, to allow people to live free, to live freely.
Right.
We've also talked a lot about the compelling interest, of the state, right? They have a compelling interest, so that if a religion were to engage in practices that did something that felt like it was just a little bit too far. I mean, is that? I don't want. The thing about it, the way my objective mind goes is like, well, I could look at anybody's lifestyle and say they're going too far in one direction or another, right? Even in my own life, right? But I think when it comes to this whole notion of compelling interest, where somebody can't hide behind their religion and murder somebody.
Right.
For a sacrifice to their God, right?
Exactly.
So when you hear a bunch of these folks out there that are, they're being facetious somewhat, but I believe that they would take advantage of it if they could, like Satanists who say, well, we're a religion and our thing says we need to have this, that, and the other thing, and perhaps there's a sect of religion out there that would want to engage in some sort of sacrifice or some sort of something. How does that not equate to religious freedom?
So anytime, as you said, if the state, the government has a compelling interest that's narrowly tailored to prohibit either the free exercise of religion, free speech as well, then they can step in and say, our compelling interest outweighs your free exercise, your free speech, and step in and prevent it. Now, that it's a high barrier for the government to show that they have that compelling interest, but it's not impossible. And I mean, the example you gave is one where if a religion mandates murder of any kind, I think that's a very compelling interest for the state to say, no, we have a compelling interest in preventing murder, okay? And so we're not going to allow you that religious freedom that you're saying you have. So that is how those cases are analyzed, and any government restriction is analyzed.
Right. Okay. So now going back to the Blaine Amendment, because I know we went on a bit of a tangent there, but we've got all night, folks. I don't want to keep you here all night, but we've got all night, so we may go on some tangents. But going back to the Blaine Amendment, so this was an amendment that was put into the Constitution, and you're saying the history of this was because of the rise of these Catholic schools that were happening, and their demand for funding, or was that the case? Well,
Blaine was concerned that state funding could go to Catholic schools in some situations, and so that's what he sought to stop, right, by putting this in state constitutions. Attempted to have it put in U.S. Constitution as well, and that didn't happen.
Right, so he went to each state to have
correct.
it. Okay, so then that brings us to today, because Senator Brian Lenny and others have pointed this out various times. Senator Scott Herndon, both on the ballot today. Both, I think, are going to do very well tonight. We'll see. But both of them have pointed out that because they are for getting rid of the Blaine Amendment, which I want to ask you about the precedent for that, because people are referring to it as dead law. Now, and because of some pre-court cases that took it head on. But in Idaho, public money, in fact, there's a new program called the Launch Program, which grants $8,000 to a high school graduate for them to use on college tuition for workforce training, or whatever you want to call it. A couple of the approved places and schools that they can use that money is at, like, BYU. Religious schools.
Yeah.
So is there a distinction between K through 12 and university religious schools? I mean, these are both educational institutions. Is there any precedent or any reason why there should be a distinction where the state is okay giving money to a religious university but not a religious parochial school?
No, it depends on how the state is choosing to apply the Blaine Amendment, right? It's there as a tool for them, and I know it's being used as a tool, to prevent monies from going to certain entities, I guess. But that's why we need to have it removed. Is at a minimum it's confusing, right? It's very confusing, and the state. It should be clear, that state officials, when they're offering any type of benefit, like the one you're talking about, like many other benefits potentially that the state chooses to open up to the public, that the Blaine Amendment should not be in the conversation, right? If it's a benefit offered, the state should not be able to discriminate against religious entities, religious people, whether they're going to use it for a religious purpose, which is what the Blaine Amendment can prohibit.
And that is brilliant. I mean, that is the argument, right? You're like saying the state is offering this grant or these funds,
benefit of some kind.
Yeah, some sort of benefit, and the government is now coming along and saying, oh, but because you believe in these values or because you're teaching these values, you're not allowed to do that.
Correct.
You forwarded me a case that you just took on with a church down south in I forget exactly where. Is it Middleton? Middleton,
yes.
Yeah. And I posted this when you sent it to me. I posted it directly to X, and it got some legs and some views. But explain this case to me, because this is going to, I think this is going to be the case that in the next legislative session, when they keep saying, well, this doesn't happen in Idaho, this isn't an Idaho problem. You keep citing Montana or all these other states. Like, whoa. So what is this? Walk us through this case, because this is a very important case. Listen to Kate here. This is a very important case.
Yeah, so we represent a church who was renting facilities from a public charter school, and they had a lease agreement. They had a great relationship with the school, and the school applied for a state-backed bond to build onto the school.
The school did. The school applied, not the church.
Correct.
Okay.
The school did. And in their final okaying, essentially, of this bond, the state agency in charge of this said the church can't be there in order for us to approve this bond, because we think that's a benefit going to the church, and our state constitution, the Blaine Amendment, prohibits that. Okay, so this is a great example where, at least somewhere here, they are utilizing the Blaine Amendment to discriminate against religious entities like this church. So we will see what happens with Idaho's Blaine Amendment through this case. And I agree with you. I think this hopefully will be a catalyst for the legislative effort that was started to just repeal the whole Blaine Amendment.
Yeah, I mean,
it is being used in our state.
It's being used in our state, and the public charter has their relationship with whoever client they have. If they want to rent out their facility to a soccer team, they want to rent it out to the Rotary Club, whatever it is, like the state coming in and saying, oh, you do business with them and they'll benefit. Like that's, the stretch on that. And that's here in Idaho.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a very tangential benefit for the church. You know what I mean? This is not even a direct benefit to the church. It's very tangential.
Yeah. What is it they exactly want to build? The school. They're like, we want a chapel. No, right?
No, they're just building. They're expanding, right? Yeah. And so they need more facilities.
Okay, so the case is what's the name of the church?
It is Truth Family Bible Church Middleton.
Truth Family,
is the name of the church. Yes.
Right, Truth Family Bible Church Middleton. And in fact, that pastor, we have a clip from that pastor. You don't need to play it, Jeremy. We'll play it later. But that pastor is very involved. He gave a couple times. He gave testimony. I don't know if it was on the Blaine Amendment.
Yes, he did.
He did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And how when did this happen? Maybe that's why he's been speaking out, because he's like, this is affecting us,
Well, exactly. It happened right before the hearing, I should say, in the legislature, and so he became aware of all of this. Most people don't know what the Blaine Amendment is, right? Until until it's in their face.
I
Like,
mean,
like
most
he
people,
did.
most people don't know about a lot of things until it hits them in the face.
That is a good point. Yes,
there is a
yeah.
fantastic book by, I think Harvey Silverglate is one of the authors. And are you familiar with Harvey Silverglade? First Amendment attorney, I believe. But it's called 3 Felonies a Day.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about how in America, the average person commits 3 felonies a day, and they don't even know it. It's a fantastic. It's a little exaggerating, but it kind of goes through. Like, did you know that what you just did was a felony? Right. Anyway, all right. Well, then we want to keep tabs on that case. Where can you? I know you can't really share us the details of the case, but where is it right now? Is it in discovery? Are you headed to trial? Where are we at?
Very early on. None of that is happening yet. So complaint was recently filed. And that's it.
Gotcha.
So we're very early on still.
And it was filed against the state of Idaho or specific division?
It's against both the school and the Idaho Housing and Finance Association because
Okay.
they are the bond issuers.
Gotcha. And the school is like reluctantly a defendant in this, or could they
in
have?
a sense, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in a sense.
Because the school
They wanted the church to stay.
They wanted the church to stay.
Yes.
But in order for them to get the bond, they had to terminate the lease. So they're kind of like, hey, we gotta.
Right.
I mean, I get it.
Right.
I mean,
right.
the government strong-armed them. I wouldn't see them also coming on at a later time in a different countersuit, maybe, and suing the state for forcing them to do something they didn't want to do. Hey, the state does that a lot, doesn't it? Forces people to do things they don't want to do. Jeremy's laughing over there. Poor guy. Okay. Well, Kate, let's take a quick break. You can stick around?
Sure.
All right. Yeah. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to check in. We're not going to have any results for another 40 minutes at least for anything that's going on down south. But we've got 40 minutes left up here in the north before the polls close. Hopefully you're in line watching, waiting to vote if you haven't voted already. But there's a live look right now at the Vote for John Padula, it says on our shirt. This is the John Padula County Commissioner party with a full band in effect. So we will be right back with Kate Hartman.
All Idaho lawmakers swear an oath to support the Idaho and U.S. constitutions. But how's that working out for you? Because not all Idaho lawmakers share the same values. That's where the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge comes in. 10 statements inspired by those 2 founding documents that are designed to preserve our shared values. Values such as education freedom, safeguarding free speech, defending our protected right to self-defense, and being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. When a lawmaker signs the pledge, they are performing an act of political courage, accepting the challenge to be a champion for our values, and serving with political integrity. To find out if your lawmaker signed the pledge, visit idahopledge.com. Paid for by Citizens Alliance of Idaho. We ride together.
It's not up there anymore. I got to fix it out. I'm live. Okay. Hey, folks. Welcome back. You're looking at a live shot now of Life Public House in downtown Coeur d'Alene. That is the John Padula for County Commissioner, Kootenai County party going on out there. We're on the inside, so you probably can hear a little bit of the music that's going on out there, which is really nice to hear. Nice band playing. we have a giveaway. We've got just a few more minutes on this giveaway, or do we have another hour perhaps? But right behind me, check this rifle out. You know we're giving this away? This is a Ruger-made Marlin 1895 lever action rifle. Absolutely gorgeous. It's got some beautiful weight on it. And we're giving this away to folks who enter at CAIPAC2024.com/rifle. There it is. It's an SBL series model, 1895. It shoots 40-75, and it is a fantastic rifle. This is the rifle that like tamed the West. This thing could take down a bear.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful gun.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. We're here with Kate Hartley, Pacific Justice Institute. If you were a regular viewer of Idaho Signal during the legislative session, we had Kate on many times. One of the cases that really broke through for you, and I know you had two cases that were going simultaneously from one event. This was the out in Kellogg,
Yes.
the case out in Kellogg. And real quick, the brief rundown was last summer. A student was reprimanded basically and told that he could not walk over through his graduation because he had said at an assembly, "Boys are boys, girls are girls. There is no in between." Something to that effect. And he was summarily reprimanded, told he couldn't participate in graduation. He had a job offer, I think, with the fire service that was rescinded. The Forest Service that was rescinded. And then and during a walkout, which I was there, I don't know if you were there too, but during this walkout that happened in support of Travis, a bus driver, a beloved bus driver, got fired on the spot because he was holding an American flag outside there. So, Kate, these are two cases that happened in Kellogg, right up here in the Silver Valley, up here in North Idaho, and you took these two Idaho Supreme Court cases. Were they in the Idaho Supreme Court, or they were just in the Idaho court?
Federal District Court.
The federal district court. Yeah. That's right, because we were talking about putting them through Idaho. There was so much is going on. So get us a little bit up to speed with, it was Dakota was the school bus driver.
Mm-hmm.
So give us a little bit of what that case was involved, what your defense was, or your case was, and then what was the turnout.
Mm-hmm. So both of these cases were free speech cases, right? The student in the school saying what he said, and then reprimanding him for that was viewpoint discrimination, right, under the free speech clause, First Amendment. And same with Dakota, the bus driver, right? Yeah. He went to this protest in support of the student. He did this in his off time, so he was not on the clock at work at the time.
It was a day off.
So he was not,
right.
He was not working. And all he did was attend, and he didn't announce himself as an employee there. And, he had a right to do that, right? That was his free speech right to express his support for the student and have an opinion on that, essentially. And so they both had free speech cases. Again, they're analyzed a little bit differently with an employee versus a student. So there's a little bit, there are some differences and nuances there. But yeah, Dakota, the bus driver's case has settled. And so that is concluded. So
you came to an agreement with the district, right?
Yes, exactly.
And I know you can't disclose the terms of it, but was I assume that this was like a monetary type of agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And was he able to get his job back, or he's moved on?
He has moved on.
Okay.
He moved on from the district. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, good for him. I assume when you do a settlement, both sides are agreeing to
certain terms.
Be happy with it.
Exactly. Correct.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. Good. And so then Travis's case, who was the student, he has it sounds like he might have an even bigger case because he's not an employee. He is enrolled in school, and therefore, did he have a better case, a bigger case?
I don't know if it's better. They're analyzed a little bit differently, right? For an employee, the big factors we look at are, what was their job? Was their speech seemingly them speaking as if they were the government? Meaning, so was he at work at the time? Did he expressed that he was speaking on behalf of his government employer, which in his case he wasn't, right? He was in his off time. He wasn't in a policy-making type job, right? He wasn't, calling the shots, essentially, right? He was a pretty low-level employee. For a student, a school district can restrict certain types of speech for students, right? Speech that's vulgar, they're protecting the innocence of minors, right? They are in charge of minors while they're at school, right? So they do have a little more latitude to suppress speech in some ways, right? If it's vulgar, if it's a complete disruption to the educational process.
Okay.
But in this case, neither of those things were true in Travis's case.
He was
not vulgar. I mean, he made a, plain, clear statement.
And he did it as part of a, he was given the microphone, right?
Correct.
He didn't shout it out and disrupt
The school didn't shut down after what he said, right? There wasn't a disruption of the educational process. And again, viewpoint discrimination. So he made a statement about human sexuality, right? Which is a hot button topic right now in our country, in our state. And the school, if they're allowing the other viewpoint to be expressed, they cannot shut down his viewpoint, which is the opposite of that.
Right.
They have, if they allow one in, they have to allow the other one in.
Right.
And so, again, there's evidence that the other viewpoint was out there, and so his viewpoint should have been allowed to be out there as well.
Right.
And so that's kind of the meat of his case.
So, and that case is still currently being litigated?
That's correct. Yes.
And what stage? Where are we at? You know? Are you...
There will be a hopeful conclusion soon.
Okay. Are you at a trial right now?
No.
Okay.
No.
So hopefully a settlement is on the way, perhaps. I'm so amazed at the level of just arrogance that folks who work in these school districts can have against something like this. Like, school was the place where you learned civil discourse. You learned what it means to be part of a civil society. You learn what civics are. You learn what the Constitution meant. I mean, he was a senior.
Correct.
He was a senior, and so by that point, you would think that whoever was teaching him the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and what it all meant, that would have seeped in, and these administrators and you don't have to go into this, but I just want everybody to know, that this allegedly, my understanding is that there was a teacher who was grossly offended by this and brought it up to the administration. And she happens to have, I don't know, maybe I don't need to get into all the gossip that's going on in that county, but if you live in that county, oh my dear, go read some of these articles. It's absolutely incredible what's going on over there. Okay, I won't do that. I don't like doing it. I mean, we'll do it all. We do it behind off mic or whatever, but
I would say, if I could interject.
Yeah, please save me here.
Hello.
In my experience,
everybody still there?
I
just got back from making a circumlocution of all the suites. Visited Representative Scoggs, Speaker Moyle, Brandon Durst had In-N-Out Burger, got some fries. Russ Fulcher, even though he's not here, the congressman, his room has sandwiches. And then finally, Controller Brandon Wolf and his family have a lot of treats, but I picked up this sea salt Rice Krispie treat. Sorry, I think I was talking over Matt there. Still figuring out the stuff here. Anyway, hope nobody with last name Cheney wins. Yeah, that's probably good advice. So, how's everybody doing? We should start seeing results in about 25 minutes, 30 minutes. It's pretty packed here. I've run into quite a few people. Ran into Representative Holtzclaw. I see Representative Tanner over there. A couple other folks that I recognize. Yeah, just looking around the room. I mean, I can show you the room. It doesn't look very good because it's a crappy old camera. There it is. Yeah, so it's pretty crowded out there. And, this old camera can almost show you who's who. I thought I had a better camera than this somewhere, but I don't know. Yep. More subscribers at gemstate.substack.com, and I will be able to afford better equipment. Obviously, we have no results yet. We will start seeing those around 9 o'clock Mountain Time when the polls close in North Idaho. Yeah, I think I'll go say hi to a few more people. Here, I'll flip it back over to Matt.
More and more for things that offend them, right? And that's coming out, whether it's about, again, the same topic about human sexuality and what that means. And, oh my gosh, if you don't get on board with what I think, then it's hate speech.
Yeah.
I mean, we see that. And we have people concerned, that they're going to be targeted for that.
Well,
which is the point, right?
It is,
then
yeah.
It
now
chills their speech.
Exactly. If they think, I'm going to... I mean, look at what happened to the recent... the NFL kicker that had that speech in front of a commencement speech, right?
Yeah.
He was giving, where he said, from what I could see, the big issue is that he said that some of the women in the audience might be looking forward to being a mom and a wife.
Traditional family, yes.
Yes, which we have to talk about before you leave. What is...
Are people calling that hate speech?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I mean, they want the NFL has come out and admonished him.
It's calling it hate speach.
I mean, is that the term they were calling? I mean, they were calling it something.
Yeah.
If it wasn't hate speech, it was offensive speech, and therefore he should be admonished in the NFL.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. I bet he has got a lot of supporters too, though.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's and that's unfortunately that is the divide that we're just in, right? And it's unfortunate.
All right. Well, speaking of great segue. Speaking of traditional families, we are now entering week number 2.
Yes.
Of what would have been. Well, not would have been. It is.
Yeah.
But
we'll just claim it.
Well, we're gonna claim it. Last weekend was Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. I didn't see you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Explain to us here a little bit about. I think it was Representative Joe Alfieri was sponsoring a House resolution that would honor traditional family values. You can see the website right there, tradfam.org. This celebrates traditional family values. And the way it celebrates it, I'm going to kick that kid. Sorry. There's a kid out there who's banging on these windows. It's absolutely insane. I'm so glad you guys can't hear it at home. Okay. Back to that website. It's a raucous night here. Who knew the John Padula people would be this crazy? They don't even know what the results are. The guy's walking around on crutches out there. Okay. Traditional Family Week. This was the first week is a celebration of motherhood. It starts with Mother's Day, which was last week, and now we've just entered week 2, which is a celebration of sons, brothers, and uncles. So the boys, the men.
Yep.
The men have a day.
Other than fathers, yes.
Other than because then the fathers have their own. We end
yes.
with fathers. That's right. So walk us through a little bit about the impetus for trying to have a month-long or a 5-week-long celebration of traditional families, and then I'm going to ask you. Because people also think that that's hate speech in and of itself. This whole movement was like a hateful movement. But walk us through here a little bit, because I know that you were an integral part of trying to get this set up here. Walk us through a little bit of what this this idea of traditional family celebration is.
Yeah. So really about this time last year, I got a call from Conrad Woodall, who's also involved with this. He's a vice principal of a school here. He has a psychology background and works in parental rights. And he actually, after the Kellogg issue occurred about a year ago, and again, at the time, it was June Pride Month. The Target thing had just happened. And so
oh my gosh,
he called me and said, okay, this is just too much, right? This is too much. What can we do? right? And he floated this idea of establishing basically a counter narrative to what we were being inundated with at the time. And, and from my perspective, I said, we can't shut them down, right? But we can have our own viewpoint expressed more on this, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the whole point of free speach, right?
Yes,
it's
exactly.
to say, I'm not going to shut you down.
Yes.
I'm going to answer it with more speech.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. And so that was how it started. And we started drafting this resolution. It's actually funny now in hindsight thinking we hadn't even talked to a legislator yet about this. We started writing it and we said, hopefully someone will take this on, right? To actually establish an official traditional family values month, from Mother's Day to Father's Day. And so we started drafting it, and of course we spoke to Ben Taves about it, a local senator here in Coeur d'Alene, and of course he was on board with it and very excited to be part of that. And so it celebrates the different aspects of the family from Mother's Day to Father's Day, and the goal too is for communities to host celebrations for the traditional family. And also to really educate the community and the culture at large about the statistics behind those that are in a traditional family or come from a traditional family, and how healthy an individual, a family, a community can be when we have strong traditional families. Yeah. So we... Ben Taves and Joe Alfieri presented this in the legislature this past session, and it passed in the House and did not get a hearing in the Senate.
What a shock.
So that is what happened with it. So we're going to try again next year.
Yes.
We will not give up.
Well, and
as you said, it was considered hateful and all these different things, which was just a fascinating, heartbreaking thing to watch. I mean, fascinating is not the right word, but it was a heartbreaking thing to watch that happen, right? Because the intention of this is not to disparage anybody else. It's just to give a platform to this view that we feel does not have a platform right now.
Yeah, because I mean, whenever the Pride Month thing happens, I don't feel personally attacked.
Correct.
I see them celebrating they're being prideful about their sexual habits, right? So I could be offended by it, but I certainly don't feel attacked.
And you don't have to agree with it.
And I don't have to certainly agree with it.
Right, right.
Although here's where we're at, Kate. There used to be a time where people were called upon to just tolerate things, and then once people started tolerating things, then it was you have to accept it.
Yeah.
Now I have to accept things, but now we've moved past acceptance, and now now you have to advocate for it.
Yeah, you have to promote it.
You have to promote it,
Yeah.
and if you're not
Yeah.
promoting it, silence is violence, and all that sort of thing, right? And then now I think we're in a new phase now, and I don't quite know exactly what it is, but there's a. You've mentioned dark forces before. There are dark forces at play, and I don't know what it is. So a lot of prayers going on out there.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, Kate, thank you so much for joining us and coming in here tonight.
Thank you for having me.
I've been
Always
looking.
appreciate it.
Yeah, and I've been looking out here. There's been a lot of folks coming by. I think I saw Representative Joe Alfieri in here, which would be kind of cool to get him on. I don't know.
Maybe he'll join you.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But I wish you luck with this case with that church in Middleton.
Thank you.
We're going to pay very close attention to this. You had mentioned also that the resolution on the traditional family celebrations, it will most likely come back in 2025 in some form or another.
Yes.
And tonight is the night that we are going to learn whether or not more bills like that are going to pass, because the Senate hangs in the balance tonight, folks. There is a great chance that tonight the Idaho Senate goes conservative, and bills that you were championing that were passing through the House and died in the Senate without even a hearing will come through. Any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on the election? I mean, anything that you...
Oh, I mean... More people need to vote. I know we talked about this earlier. That's always frustrating to see everyone complain about what's happening and then they don't vote, right?
Yeah.
I completely agree. I think the Senate has some issues, and we saw that pretty loud and clear this past session. and how that manifested specifically. So yeah, I would love to see some changes there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's important.
Yes.
Local politics, state politics are,
you gotta be engaged.
Gonna affect you more than anything else.
That's very true. Very true. I don't even know what's going on in the Congress other than more money being spent. That's about it.
Yep. Right.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Kate, again.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the evening, folks. We're going to take another short break. We've got, like I said, we've got some guests out in the wings waiting out there to come on in, and we are about 15 minutes away from the close of the polls here in the north, which means the whole state can start reporting their results. So stick around for that. We will be right back.
Someday when the war is finally won, after all the damage has been done, you will look around and have to ask yourself, did you wake up with the lions, or did you just stay asleep? Someday when the truth has been revealed, after all the effort to be healed, you will see the wounded everywhere you go. So wake up with the lions, don't let yourself stay asleep. Wake up to the crossfire, wake up from the lies, wake up from the fear that's covering up your eyes. Wake up from the hate and wake up to the cries. Wake up as a warrior fighting for what's right. Wake up as a soldier and wake up with the lions. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Someday when the dark has been destroyed, broken by the rebel girls and boys, you'll be looking back and have to ask yourself, did you fight for it with lions, or did you just stay asleep? So will you wake up with the lions, or will you just stay asleep? Someday when the war is finally won, after all the damage has been done, you will look around and have to ask yourself, did you wake up with the lions, or did you just stay asleep? Someday when the truth has been revealed, after all the effort to be healed, you will see the wounded everywhere you go. So wake up with the lions, don't let yourself stay asleep. Wake up to the crossfire, wake up from the lies, wake up from the fear that's covering up your eyes. Wake up from the hate and wake up to the cries. Wake up as a warrior fighting for what's right. Wake up as a soldier and wake up with the lions. Wake up, Wake up, wake up. Someday when the dark has been
Hello to anybody who still happens to be watching. I am back. I don't know where Matt went. It looks like he did the same thing I did, flipped it off, and then headed out to talk to some folks. But it is getting busy here. We are about 9 minutes from polls closing in North Idaho, so we should start seeing results right about that time, and I will bring them to you. I was just going around talking to some more folks. My own representatives are here, Representative Hill, Representative Tanner. Senator Nichols is here. Hopefully she'll stop by and say hello. So, how's everybody doing tonight? I'm supposed to, I know they say not to, eat while you're on the air, but I've got this food, so I don't know. Maybe I'll scoot over and eat it and then come back. I'm going to drink some tea, though. It's going to be a late night, so I have refilled my tea. My first one was some Earl Grey, and this one is English breakfast tea. You can have breakfast at 9 p.m. See, is there anything else going on in the world? I know they were having elections over in Kentucky. Thomas Massie was facing a challenge. Just scrolling through my Twitter feed in case you're wondering. I'll tell you if I see anything really interesting. A lot of folks here at the election watch party are not challenged. Like I said, Controller Wolf is here. He's not even on the ballot this year. His wife is running for PC and is unopposed, so she's there. None of my people in District 14 are challenged. Representative Holtzclaw is not challenged. A lot of folks didn't get challengers this year, but the ones who did are pretty intense races, so we'll have some results very, very soon. So I'm going to go say hi real quick to a few more people, and I'll be right back. people have some ambiance. All right, I am still here. It looks like they are starting to update results. Oh, no. Matt Edwards was just showing results from the previous election. Hello. I am live streaming with, 21 viewers. 21 viewers, apparently. So once results are going to start coming in any minute now, and I'll start letting people know what they are. Oh, nice. I mean, you should know your fate within the next 5 minutes. Really? Yeah, because they've been counting all this time, and now they're going to release it now that the polls closed in North Idaho. Okay. So will the numbers change at all? They shouldn't. Not for precinct races, because they're going to dump the entire numbers for the entire precinct all at once. Oh. And obviously, you don't get any votes from other precincts. So. Wow, my heart just went up faster. All right, nothing yet. No precincts have shown as reporting, but Parrish is going to put it up there, so we'll find out momentarily. I don't know, one of the channels. No. Were you nervous the first time 2 years ago?
No. I was just telling someone, the first time I looked at it, I went to bed, and I woke up the next morning and looked again and went, oh, I won.
Are they? I've joked about it a few times. Just over here. mean, I don't. I like that. Okay.
Is your camera better now? Is it showing you not in it? Can you see your camera?
Oop. Ah! Keep screwing everything up. It says I voted in Ada County. Brian Ullman, Gem State Chronicle. Oh, awesome! Thank you. Huh? There's a lot of stuff to read. Yeah, good to meet you too.
Yeah, my wife is Teresa Denver.
Oh, running for county commission in. Yeah. Cool. Good.
And then she appreciated the article you had.
Okay, here we are. We should start seeing results any minute. I'm starting to refresh some tabs here. No results yet. Oh, unofficial election results. 2.3% counties reporting. All right, let's. Here, I'll let you guys see what I'm seeing here. Let's filter this. I really only care about Republican for the purposes of this. Yeah, Republican, that is. Wish there was a way to quickly do this. Okay, nothing yet. Republican, Republican, Republican. Republican, Republican, Republican. Republican, Republican, Republican. Republican, Republican, Republican. I think there would be an easier way to do this, just a show all Republicans button. I'm not missing one, am I? No, Fulcher got 673 votes from somewhere. Ah, here we go, Legislative District 6. So, Robert Blair up on Dan Foreman. That's not too worrying because these initial results are just going to be absentee and early voting, which usually tilts left. But seeing Colton Bennett is within striking distance of Lori McCann, who is under 50%. And Kyle Harris is leading Jim Schmelik. Harris is the they're running for Mike Kingsley's seat. Larry Dunn and Charlie Shepard are tied as of now. That's pretty interesting. So we are seeing some results from District 6 and District 7 right now. Obviously, those numbers are going to increase as we go along. All right, District 11, 12, 13, 14, even though nothing's contested, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 doesn't really matter. They're all unopposed, but I'll just check them anyway. Bear with me as I'm checking these boxes, and then I'll start seeing results. Almost there. 35 districts. Almost there. And what? I'm seeing stuff from District 6 and 7. There's been some results from District 6 and 7 up north.
Okay.
I haven't seen anything else yet.
Ada County, okay.
So.
I was just getting ready to get that portal up live.
Yeah, nothing reported on the Ada website yet.
Okay. Yeah, they should drop pretty quick here.
Oh, hello. How's it going? I guess I can get rid of the timer because the polls have closed in all time zones within Idaho, and we are starting to get results, and they should be updating fairly regularly once they start coming in. Nothing from Ada County yet. I was asked to actually move the Adams sign because apparently people were asking questions. So I moved it over a little bit. You can still see part of it up there. All right, we're still sitting at the 9:03 update from the statewide results, and nothing reported yet from Ada County. I will let you know as soon as we have something. All right, I am wired 2 more cups of tea. I don't usually have tea after about 2 p.m., so I'm good to go for the rest of the night. Might have to get something stronger a little bit later, though. All right, still the 9:03 update on statewide and nothing from Ada County. So, yeah, I guess we're just hurry up and wait right now for whatever the latest results that come in. If you have any questions, put them in the chat. I've got it open over here. If anybody wanders by the table, I'll grab them. I'm kind of in the corner here, right next to the door. All the media is lined up here. KTVB is down there. Statesman and Son and Nate Shellman and KBOI.
Is Brian Lenny live?
I am live. We're just waiting for results to come in. Who are you live with?
We're live on X.
Oh, there you go.
We are actually video live on X.
You can do video now?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So I just wanted to say, I saw Lenny over here. He's got the full-on setup.
This is Brian Allman.
Oh, my God.
I am not a senator. My beard is not quite long enough.
You know what? I know that.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm overstimulated, I think is what it is. So
yes.
Brian Allman's been key to Assemble X's success. We want to thank him very much.
Yeah, send me over a link to that, and I'll put it in the chat over here.
I will do that right now. Okay.
Only 20 folks are watching right now, but we'll see some folks join me.
Sorry, guys. Just, if I could please ask everybody who's on here, I'm going to give y'all a speaker. Can you just talk amongst yourselves? Like, would that be cool? Because,
all right.
it's too noisy. Like, I need to hear from people. I just sent Jeremy you and Sully a mic, and I'm going to mute myself.
There you go. I put in the chat in the chat here on YouTube the Twitter space. So if you want to go chat there as well, if you have more than 2 screens, you can talk on all of them. Still nothing from Ada County, and we're still sitting on the same 9:03 update from North Idaho. Interesting to see in these early results. We have Dan Foreman, incumbent state senator, facing Robert Blair, who got the support from IACI and the other establishment groups. And he's got the early lead there. Over in District 6, the seat A, we have a divided conservative challenge between Colton Bennett and Dave Dalby. I interviewed both for the Gem State Chronicle. Both, I think were, good men, and Well, we'll see. Hopefully one of them could pull it out. It looks like Bennett is within striking distance. Yeah, these are early results yet. Lori McCann is not over 50%. Brandon Mitchell unopposed, Cindy Carlson unopposed. Over here, Kyle Harris. He is the heir apparent for Representative Mike Kingsley. Kingsley endorsed Harris and has supported him and campaigned for him. And he has the early lead over Jim Schmelik, former lieutenant governor candidate and former Idaho County Commissioner. And over in District 7, Seat B, you have Representative Charlie Shepard, challenged by Larry Dunn, and they are tied. All right, we are starting to see some precincts report from Ada, so I'm going to put that up on the screen here. Let's see, we've got a couple of precincts have reported. They're partially reporting absentee, reporting on election day in 15, 16, 17. And so if we look at Republican races, Congressional District 2, Simpson is winning handily. Remember, this is just Ada counting. This doesn't count the results for this race in other districts, other counties. State Senator District 10, Tammy Nichols has the early lead, about 60-40 over Lori Bishop. And in the race that everyone is watching, House Speaker Mike Moyle has the early lead over Rachel Hayslip. These could change. These are very early results. People are having a lot of fun here, but as these results coming in, I predict we're going to start hearing some groans from one area and cheers from other areas, because this is it. This is a big game. You know, you go to the football game, go to the baseball game, go to the World Series, the Super Bowl. You know, some people are going to leave happy, some people are going to leave very upset, but that is the way the game is played. And we'll all wake up tomorrow and we'll still be Republicans, hopefully. Wow, and here's a shocker. Senator Groh is winning 100% of the vote. He was unopposed. But it's interesting that they're starting to report precincts. Yeah. Early results for Precinct Committeeman in 1403. Colette Costello, the Secretary of the Ada GOP, is up. She's over here talking right beside me. I won't go interrupt her. Don't want to get her hopes up too much, but I think she's going to have this. Trying to see where I can figure out where it says how many when it's done reported. Yeah, up here it says all ballots are counted for early voting. They're still counting absentee. They're still counting election day. So, all right, how do I go back? Can I click that? There we go. Let's go back and check the statewide results again. We have a new update. So join me and we'll take a look. Nothing from District 8 yet. District 7, Charlie Shepard has jumped out to a big lead now over Larry Dunn. They were tied 202-202, and Shepard got a huge chunk of votes, about 250 votes just now. Over in 7A, Harris is leading Schmelik, 56-43. And Lori McCann is still winning. They're still counting. However, they have early results, and you're up by like 68%. So it's early. Yeah, I don't think they're done. I thought it would just do it all at once, but it looks like they still might be counting. So yeah. So Anyway, looks like District 6 has not given us a new update. What's yours?
Are they at the very bottom? Where are they at? There it is. Oh, that's window.
Yeah. Says they're partially reporting, so they haven't fully reported yet.
Yeah.
Then we scroll down here to precinct committee man. Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 9.
Yeah.
You got something to make up. This is early and absentee, I think.
Yeah, but this is the problem is that I have a on the work, so yeah.
Early results in District 1. Chuck Lohman is up early on Cornell Racer, and Mark Sauter is beating both Jane Sauter and Spencer Hutchings. And early results have Jim Woodward up over Scott Herndon. Remember, these are early and absentee. These lean left, so nobody panic yet. All right, so we're still waiting for results to come in. I was conferring with some of my Ada County PC candidates, looking at Ada County results, trying to figure out how they're reporting it. I'm not quite sure. Let me flip over to Ada. So we're looking at some of them. This is Moyle and Hayslip. Moyle's out to the early lead, but probably 10% of the votes have been counted. This the last previous race was nearly 10 times that. So I will keep bringing you them as they come. So yeah, Ada County still shows a 21 of 197 reporting, and I haven't seen these numbers change, so we'll just give it a few more minutes. what I hear. I don't know if you maybe hear me better, but this is what I hear. I'm going to let you enjoy the crowd cam. I'm going to be right back. right, how are we doing? Everybody still here? Everybody awake? Chat's been quiet lately. Let's start doing some refreshing. All right, no new updates at state level and no new updates at Ada level. I just chatted briefly with Dustin Hurst, political activist extraordinaire, and also Chris Bruce, who's running for State House in District 23. He is very close behind Representative Melissa Durant. So, yeah, just a game of refresh right now. All right, I see Matt Edwards is continuing his coverage. So I might switch back there here in a minute. Let's bring up statewide results once more. Jim Woodward up early over Scott Herndon. Mark Sauter up early over both Jane Sauter and Spencer Hutchings. Chuck Lohman up. Chuck Lohman up early over Cornell Razor. Phil Hart unopposed. Heather Scott unopposed. Dale Hawkins unopposed. It's interesting to look at those numbers. 3 people who voted for Heather didn't vote for Phil Hart, and 4 didn't vote for Dale Hawkins. Go figure. You always wonder why people make the choices they do. Nothing from District 3, nothing from District 4 yet, or 5. And then in 6, no change. And over in 7, Kyle Harris is continuing his lead over Jim Schmelik, and Charlie Shepard has opened up a large lead over Larry Dunn. Nothing from 8. We have early results from 9. Scott Syme up early over Brandon Shippey. John Schertz up early over Jason Gallagher, and Judy Boyle's unopposed. Over in District 10, Lori Bishop is down to Tammy Nichols, but it's not by as much as the last time I checked. The results I was showing earlier for District 10 are just Ada County. So this is actually more up to date because this is Ada County and Canyon County. Most of District 10 is in Canyon County. Mike Moyle up solidly over Rachel Hayslip. Camille Blaylock up early over Chris Trakel. Kent Marmon is up early over Julie Yamamoto. That is interesting. Because you look at something like this. Okay, we expect the more moderate establishment side to come out up early with early and absentee voting. That's typically how things work. But you look over in 11A, Kent Marmon up early over Julie Yamamoto. And so if the pattern holds and they his votes increase with same day election day voting results, then we might see a pretty big win there. But it is still early, so we shall see. Stay tuned. Moving on, Sarah Cheney up just by a little bit over Lucas Kaler. Over in District 12, Ben Adams is up over Victor Rodriguez. Jeff Cornels with a large lead over Jerome Bell. Jaron Crane with a solid lead over Jay Noller. Jay Noller never got back to me when I invited him for an interview, so I have no idea what he stands for. Over in District 13, Egenbrod is up early over Lenny. Roten is up early over Tanner and Amy Henry. And in 14, everybody's unopposed. 15, they're unopposed. 16, 17, 18. Josh Kaiser up early over Chuck Winder. That could be a major upset in the making. Treg Burnt up early over Brenda Bourne. And James Petsky up early over Adam Nelson and Monica McKinley. Jason Monk's up over Marissa Keith. And Melissa Durant is up by only a little bit over Chris Bruce. Sean Digert up over Tina Lambert as we speak. And so far, nothing from Eastern Idaho. So let's refresh that again, see if the data time updates. Nope, it is still 9:15, so let's check Ada County. Ada County now shows 83 of 197 precincts reporting, so I will switch over to Ada. 1403 shows partially reported. Let's take a look at some of these. This might be slightly ahead of the statewide race. Josh Kaiser is still leading over Chuck Winder as of right now. All right, I'm going to flip this over back to the state ones just for a moment because I want to look some stuff up. Hi, how's it going?
Oh, good. You're not talking.
I am actually here. Let me mouse. All right, we're still here. I was looking at some ADA results with some PCs, but let's see what's going on. Still no new update statewide. We're seeing, I was looking at some of the PCs. So far, most of the conservative PCs up in my district, District 14, are winning. This is Michael Chu up big over Barrett Tetlow, who was the former ADA GOP executive director and third vice chair. One of those who resigned. Hold on, I'm going to go talk to some people. Be right back. All right, I'm still here. It looks like I lost 7 viewers. Sorry about that, guys. Wanted to go check out what else is going on. I actually wanted to check a Democrat race. So, yeah, let me refresh a page of this. And I'm going to filter down to just... Can I unfilter? You know, select all, unselect all. There we go. Okay, I'm going to go down to District 16. I don't remember which seat it is, so I'll just grab both. There we go. So this is the one interesting Democrat race that I wanted to keep an eye on. Representative Colin Nash represented District 16, and he was, like on the Idaho Freedom Index, he was the lowest. And so he won election as city council member in Boise, and so he resigned his seat. 3 names were submitted to the governor, as is standard. It was Todd Achilles, John Chu, and Nixon Matthews. And the governor chose Todd Achilles, and he served out the remainder of the year and actually set probably a record for lowest freedom index I've ever seen. It was like 11%. So he is running for the seat, and then the other 2 are running as well, John Chu and Nixon Matthews. Nixon Matthews, of course, is the female-to-male transgender individual, and Wayne Ritchie is not really a Democrat. He's kind of an independent guy. He ran as an independent last time, and so he's just kind of trying to sneak in there. But it looks like Todd Achilles is going to benefit from his year in the legislature, essentially running as the incumbent here. He is winning solidly there. That's the one Democrat race that I'm really curious about. So, yeah, flipping back over. Mr. Nate, what's going on, Brian? Oh, I'm just doing some refreshing and letting people know what's going on. Is there anything Sorry for the silence. I've been talking to some folks as we look at some of these results that are coming in. I've been scrolling them on the screen. Some interesting stuff. Apparently, over in East Idaho, there's some results that are coming in locally that are not yet on the statewide site. But look at this. David Levitt is leading Greg Lanting in District 25. Josh Cole is leading Linda Hartgen in District 25. Jeff Faulkner is, I have late results that say he has actually jumped ahead of Steve Miller. Hostetler is over Dixon. And this shows Glenita Zeiderfeld down, but the latest results that are coming in locally from District 24 show that she actually has the lead. So this could be interesting. Looking at some of these results, we might lose some seats in North Idaho. Right now, Scott Herndon is down 2-1 to Jeff Agenbrod, or Jim Woodward, the other one. I get them mixed up. But we might gain some stuff in East and South Idaho. This could reshape the geography of the state. So I'll be right back. I'll keep scrolling the results and refreshing, and I'll let you know.
First race to call. Watch the video. It has now been a fact that our Congressman Russ Fulcher got 100%.
You see, now that you know that, you really do believe me when I say I'd rather be with you. I'd communicate greetings from Joe, but he didn't send any, and we couldn't understand them even if he did. On to the serious stuff. My friends, America is in trouble, in part because we have the wrong leadership in too many places. But because our founders granted us a divinely inspired system that includes elections, there's hope. And that hope depends on us, Republicans, that are informed and engaged. So election night is a big night when we choose our candidates that will move on. It's not for the faint of heart, and there's never been a more stark distinction between the two major parties. Republicans stand for personal freedoms and the power of the individual. Democrats stand for government control. Republicans believe we have inalienable rights that come from God. Democrats believe we have variable rights that come if and when they say. Republicans believe in peace through strength. Democrats believe in peace through acquiescence. Republicans believe in free market prosperity. Democrats believe in socialist policies that drag everyone down except the ruling elite. And of course we're not perfect, but we stand on firm ground. As election results come in, I encourage you to not look at the outcome as simply winners and losers, but rather where each person stands in relation to the position from which they'll continue the fight. Because this is a fight of our lives, and we need each other. Lastly, thank you for being involved, for caring enough to realize, if not us, then who? And on a personal note, thank you for your prayers, encouragement, counsel, and friendship. I could not do what I do without you. Never underestimate your impact. Never underestimate the impact a state like Idaho can have on the nation. Never underestimate divine power for those who seek it. And never, never give up. Love you guys. See you soon.
All right, we'll keep recording as they come in.
Mayor of Coeur d'Alene, Jim Hammond. Interesting. Wow, I didn't look at a lot of these. I mean, I was involved in more in the statewide race, so I didn't. Bjorn Handine there, longtime activist in the committee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, historian. That's a good
and
way
the
to
historian. Oh my goodness, Dan Gukin. You know, I've refrained from talking about Dan Gukin
Yep.
online,
As
and
you
I'm
should.
going to continue to do so. The guy doesn't deserve a word. Moving on, Alicia Taves, and now Alicia Taves is the wife of Senator Ben Taves.
Correct. Correct.
And so we've got a 3-1 lead there. Here's your husband.
Yeah.
Look at that, another almost 3-1.
Yeah.
Lisa Whitehead.
Lisa
I saw a lot of her sign waivers out today.
Yeah.
Down here in downtown Coeur d'Alene. Sitting Representative Joe Alfieri, your colleague, your seatmate. So again, these are early votes and mail-in ballots.
Wow.
Now we're headed out into Post Falls area.
Yep.
So this is probably going to be a little bit closer because Post Falls is definitely more conservative than Coeur d'Alene.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Dave Stoltz.
Dave Stoltz. Is he the sitting?
Yep.
Yep.
Eric Klinkenhammer.
Eric Klinkhammer, Ryan Davis, Jason Tenehus. Interesting. Yeah, so these are fairly close here. Another unopposed, Randy Westland. He just won a city council in Post Falls. So his name is carrying him a little bit there.
Jill Storm is the one that...
She's
the current.
current.
Storm is
Okay,
the current.
good. Daniel Fry, another three-way race here. Yep. So we're coming in at the end here. Mark Eberlein. Now he was also running for.
Yeah, he's running for county.
County commissioner. Okay, yeah. So he's got some votes
Don
there.
Eckler is the current on this one.
Okay.
Michael Burgess is the current on the next one.
And Russell, man, another online adversary. Unreal. 5 votes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shelley Kroll.
Oh, now Shelley, is she the current? Well, it's a 3-way race.
Yeah.
I like Shelley. She's a nice lady.
Yeah.
I like her a lot. All right. Another 3-way race.
Yeah.
Seems to be splitting for the...
Megan Rounds is the current on
Current,
that.
okay. Not too bad. Here's another one. Todd Banducci. So 10-10. Yeah, now Todd Banducci is often pointed out as being a volatile person that they always try and call out, like, oh, Banducci, he screwed up everything. But he's only down by 10 in the early votes and stuff. So we'll see how it goes. Tony Wisniewski. Look at that. Fantastic. You know, every time I talk to Tony since legislation session ended, he's like, I can't talk to you. I'm out door knocking. Look at that. And it shows.
Yep,
see what happens when you door knock?
Yep.
Look at that. Incredible.
Absolutely.
Good job, Tony. All right. And Jeff
Tyler.
Yep.
Doug Belia is on the next one. And Michelle Grossglauer.
Yeah. Is she? Oh, that's the last one?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's our trip down Kootenai County, folks. That's our trip down Kootenai County. Those are the PC races. So, and again, I mean, we have no idea how those are going to turn.
No.
But it looked like some of them were fairly close, that the in-person votes will break the conservative way. You think? You're not.
Hey, welcome back. I have a whole 7 viewers, so thank you for your for patience. I've been looking at some stuff, talking with some folks. I want to flip over to Ada County results, where in County Commissioner District 3, it looks like Tom Daly is possibly going to hold on. He's got 38% of the vote, and the other 3 are dividing it. Brandon Durst in a strong second place, but second place doesn't get any rewards here. And over in District 1, it looks like Ryan Davidson is solidly holding on against Clyde Dornier. So the incumbents are both winning in the Ada County Commissioner race. So I will come back in just a moment. I'm going to talk to some more folks. I will switch over to Idaho Signal, where Matt Edwards is updating you up there.
Right.
In the House could finally at least get a hearing in the Senate.
Right.
With that on the potential on the horizon, what are you excited about? Are you anything you want to share that going forward of things that you can, shore up?
Well, I think it's really important that we get a prohibition of central bank digital currency. So that's something that I plan on working on I just want to do things that are going to advance security for the people of Idaho when it comes to the unsuredness of our economy and what's happening on the whole nationwide. So if we can shore up Idaho, I think that that's something that we need to focus on.
Yeah.
There's just been so many things that I've heard other legislators talk about, and I do want to bring back the repeal of the Blaine Amendment.
Yes, we were talking with Kane Hartley about that.
Yeah, the third time for that, but I really think that is an important step in school choice for Idaho.
Right.
It won't be a barrier anymore, but it needs to be gotten rid of whether we do school choice or don't do school choice. It's bigotry, and it needs to go away because that's not my Idaho.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Well put.
So.
Well put. All right. Do you have those numbers? We can check in here. Otherwise, we'll I still see 6 votes.
10, 14.
Yeah, I still see six votes splitting your race here. But at least we know that they're the early voting and absentee ballots.
Yep.
So, yeah, there it is. All right. Well, very good. All right. Well, we're going to take another break. I want to thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and good luck for the rest of the night. I think it's going to turn your way. That's my prediction. But you'll get a text from me either way.
All right.
All right, folks. We'll be back after a short break. Stick around. We'll go over some more results, and I think we'll have some more guests coming by, either remotely if we can. I got to get that delay issue fixed, but stick around. We will be right back.
Control. Preaching the street for the Communist Party. Pro-choice, no voice, never mind the heartbeat. Dictate, race bait, agitate, mandate. Dress and drag and burn the flag, then run and find a safe space. Tell us how you feel until we give you what you need. Call everyone a pressure till they're on their knees. Segregate diversity. Give yourself a ribbon every time you face adversity. Find another problem, tell yourself you're not alone. Tell everyone is straight that they're all transphobe.
All right, I'm going to come back. I'm going to turn off Matt and turn me back on. So let's flip over to statewide results. I've opened up a new window here. It's showing similar things. It's Carl Bierke is solidly winning over Sherry Zhao. That's hopefully that's not a big surprise because the former treasurer of the Kootenai County Democrats. I'm glad she can't win in a Republican race. So it looks like we do have some results coming in from Twin Falls area. Glenita Zeiderfeld is now ahead of Alex Cavall, 51 to 48. And then over for state representative, Clint Hostetler is winning solidly over Chanel Dixon. Steve Miller, Jeff Faulkner are in a very close race. District 25 Senator Josh Cole has a huge lead over Senator Linda Hartgen right now. And then David Levitt has another huge lead over Representative Greg Lanting. We could see a big change over in eastern Idaho. This could be very interesting. All right. I just wanted to bring up this this update, checking my first update over in Canyon County, where Chris Boyd and former Representative Greg Cheney were both running for county prosecutor, and it looks like Boyd has an early solid lead. And that's, I would say that's good news. So who's still awake? I'm still here. Got some friends here. Let's see. Do we have new results? All right, we do have new results. Unfortunately, it looks like Mike Simpson is going to win re-election. Scott Cleveland got 35% of the vote right now, 19,000 votes. That's solid, but not enough to win. Mike Simpson has unlimited cash and the support of all the PACs and lobbyists. It is what it is. District 1 is nothing new. District 4, Elaine Price now is within 6 votes of Dave Ragland. That is going to be one to watch. Robert Blair is 6 votes up on Dan Foreman, another one to watch. They're still early, still counting. Colton Bennett is within 2 votes of Lori McCann. Even in a 3-way race, this could get very interesting. Kyle Harris defeating Jim Schmelik, Charlie Shepard over Larry Dunn. Early results now from District 8 show Christy Zito with an early lead over Jeff Schroeder, the state senator. Rob Beiswinger has an early lead over Representative Bundy. And Faye Thompson has an early lead over Representative Blanksma.
2 votes.
2 votes.
2 votes. He's going to win. He's going to win.
House education going down.
How close is Tanner? This is getting really close. 110 votes.
All right, we're starting to hear some celebration. That would be Kent Marmon, who is currently leading Representative Julie Yamamoto, the chairwoman of House Education. He's very excited.
This is early returns, and conservatives usually go up. I don't know if it's enough.
All right, I'll be right back. All right, there's some excitement. It sounds like some results have Steve Tanner now ahead of Kenny Roten.
Somebody had that up a minute ago.
All right, Dorothy Moon has just announced that Ryan Davidson has won re-nomination for the Ada County Commissioner. And he is speaking now.
To the COVID insanity. But we're looking pretty good tonight, and I really appreciate everybody here. I appreciate all the support. Thank you to Congressman Labrador for your endorsement, and looking forward to the next 2-year term. First, we got to get past November. We got the Democrats in November. Thanks, everybody.
Ryan Davidson, County Commissioner, winning re-nomination. Let me put that on my Chiron. Yeah. So I'm going to come here and bring you some results here momentarily.
Just refresh.
If I can find the right stuff here. There we go. Josh Kaiser still winning in District 20 over Senator Chuck Winder, the pro tem. And he's held this lead. He's even expanded this lead over the evening. We could see a pretty big upset here as Senator Winder is losing to Josh Kaiser.
I know it doesn't
So looking at Ada County statewide results here. I'm going to turn the crowd cam off there. Looking at Ada County, the green ones are the ones that have been counted. They're still coming in. There's probably a still trickle of ballots, but that means that if we go down to the statewide results, Josh Kaiser is holding on with 250 votes over Senator Chuck Winder. And that is a huge upset. I think we're going to see several huge upsets today, especially out east. But right now, Josh Kaiser looks like he has defeated the pro town, and this is huge. He was just right here a few minutes ago. He's a pretty calm guy, and he seems I think he's ready to step up into the Senate.
Starting to fill some stuff in.
They've just informed us that last call on the bar, so they're going to close down the bar probably at 11 o'clock, but I will keep bringing you this until I get tired enough to go home. Because, right now, it's intense. Treg Burnt is holding on against Brenda Bourne. James Petsky is holding on to a majority in a three-way race. Jason Monks is holding on against Marissa Keith. So not many surprises there. Chris Bruce is up by over 200 votes over Melissa Durant. That could be another big upset. So I was just taking a moment to congratulate Josh Kaiser on his likely victory in District 20 Senate, taking down Senator Chuck Winder, the pro tem. That is huge. That is, that's a huge upset. Yeah, Ryan Spoon over here, first vice chair of Ada County, also a political junkie. So, we're going through the races, seeing who won the PC races, who's winning in these. And we will keep it up. Let me flip over back to the statewide results, see what's going on. Kent Marmon has expanded his lead over Julie Yamamoto. He is now up by almost 500 votes. That is huge. That's one of those races where, I wasn't sure which way it would go. Representative Yamamoto has a lot of support. She has, institutional support from the teachers' unions and IACI. But here she is losing solidly to Kent Marmon. Lucas Kaler has now taken the lead over Sarah Cheney. This is also big. He was down for a while. Camille Blaylock is still leading Chris Trakel, but it's not by as much. So those votes are continuing to come in. And of course, the speaker is still winning by about 700 votes over Rachel Hayslip. Tammy Nichols is crushing Lori Bishop by more than 60%. John Schertz is solidly winning over Jason Gallagher. Brandon Shippey has now opened up a 400-vote lead over Scott Syme. So that is your updates for now. I will be right back. All right, it looks like we still have some viewers, so I am back. Been just talking to people. I went over and congratulated Kent Marmon. It looks like he is going to defeat Julie Yamamoto. And that's really interesting. There was a lot of skepticism about his race. He's run a lot of other races in the past and come up short, but it looks like he held on this time. So it is 11:08. We're still getting results in, but man, this is interesting. Conservatives are gonna lose a couple people. Jason Gallagher is down. Tina Lambert is down. But they're going to gain some as well. Josh Kaiser has defeated Chuck Winder, and I can't overstate how important that is. Over in eastern Idaho, we're seeing some big races. Clint Hostetler is defeating Representative Chanel Dixon. Glenita Zeiderfeld is looking like she's going to hold onto her seat. She was one of the number one targets of IACI, of the big corporations and the lobbies, and it looks like she might well survive. And that tells you something about community engagement, about volunteers, about grassroots, about somebody who really appeals to the people. Over in District 25, Josh Cole looks like he is soundly defeating Senator Linda Hartkin. The young guy's going to be in the Senate. David Levitt is soundly defeating Representative Greg Lanting. The Magic Valley is being overturned. It is going to be as conservative as North Idaho. Let that sink in. And in fact, if we lose some folks up in North Idaho, the Magic Valley could be the new center of conservatism in Idaho. A couple other races to update over in the southwest corner. Looks like Wheeler is holding on against Skidmore, and Harris is holding on against Toomer. Britt Rabel is holding on against Larry Golden. Over in District 31, Carrie Hanks looks like she's about 100 votes down to Rod Furness. Julianne Young is down 10 to Ben Furman. And David Cannon is up by about 500 over Josh Sorensen. Julie Van Orden cruising to re-election. Kirk Jackson is within about 200 to Dan Garner. Over in District 28, Rick Cheatham looks like he might hold on due to a three-way race. You have James Lamborn, the conservative, Mike Saville, the former Democrat, and they're splitting the vote, and Rick Cheatham is holding on with 43% right now. So that's where we are. I will be right back. All right, for those of you who are still with me, I am going to close this down here, but I'll continue updating on Twitter as I can. They are knocking out the balloons. They're picking up the table, so I think I'm going to have to get out of here soon, put down this setup. But yeah, a lot of crazy stuff. Josh Kaiser takes out Chuck Winder, the Senate Pro Tem. Josh Cole takes out Senator Hartgen. Clint Hostetler takes out Chanel Dixon. We did lose some conservatives. Jason Gallagher goes down to John Schertz. Last I checked, Tina Lambert was losing to Sean Dygert by a little bit. But on the other hand, Chris Bruce was up a little bit on Melissa Durant. So, yeah, I'll have analysis over the next few days and updates. It's been fun. It put the party in Republican Party.